God, I can't believe that the journalism Discord is banned. I should have dunked on so many more nerds while I had the chance. Ugh. Killing me softly with his song. Killing me softly. Telling my whole life. Yeah, we made it through 2 pages yesterday. God. But we made it to 664 pages. And then we're on 52 of whatever. Take your shirt off. Whirl around your head like a helicopter. I can't believe Lit Up was waiting for us to edit. It makes me feel good. Also, because he's the only person for a while. Lions and I think one other person were joining from fucking MDE, but then they stopped watching for a little bit. They weren't up in the morning, and I just had like people like stop spamming us. Oh my god. Yeah, this is what they sound like to me. Uh so let me holler at let me see who else. Who's the competition? At so I'm fighting against H Walrus. Eventually, I should start like just dunking on these other people's streams, just to do it. Um, I've thought about that from time to time, just being like, yeah, everybody's upset that Friends of Journalism got zapped. That's the problem with if you want to play the satire game. If you want to play the satire game, there's a price to be paid, unfortunately. All right, so there was Skip Donahue. Cool. So our chats are back up and so forth. Yeah, I didn't make hardly any progress yesterday. I was just too foggy for whatever reason. I'm gonna power up with some NAD. This was out in the world yesterday, exposed to all them fucking corona particles and so forth. I don't want to catch that Rona. The Rona. So Lit Up says, "Hey, great stream." Lit Up. I'm still waiting to hear your. I got Angie's top 3 songs, which were "Fuck Penis Pump Heads," this Oliver Tree song called "Cash Machine," and then the other one was a Glass Animals song called "Dreamland." So those are her top 3 songs. So yeah, it's fucking Billy Burrows right there. Naked Lunch. I fucking love Will Burrows. I love that we gave that junkie so much airtime. He's a good dude. Yeah, there's Junkie, and then there's Naked Lunch. If you're a writing fan, the cool thing about Naked Lunch was that he just wrote this shit all out, and then he cut it like literally into pieces, and then he pasted the sections just wherever he thought it'd be cool while he was high on drugs. Did he murder his wife in Mexico trying to shoot an apple off her head? No, he just fucking murdered her. You know? There's no the apple off her head thing. Afterward, he just got like, just fucking throw an apple on the ground here, make up a story. But it's Mexico. He was just like, all right, here's $1,000. And they're like, okay, that's the price of a human life. In Mexico. I should go to Mexico. I was talking about fucking Guatemala. Yesterday. So on the other screen, the fucking bulging on the battery of this MacBook Pro that you see editing on the screen has gotten so bad that I had to get a replacement. So I'm installing Catalina on it right now. In the background, I have an unlimited supply of shitty teacher MacBook Pros. Whew. But yeah, I'd like to take a hot second to mourn the passing of the Friends of Journalism server. For people who don't know, it was basically like a server where a bunch of people, self-proclaimed journalists, just enraged countless internet nerds by just taking very far left positions and just arguing them earnestly. And it just made so many people mad. They really exposed like a lot of the sort of logical inconsistencies. Like the thing about satire is that it points out things that are just inherently stupid that everybody knows all along, and it can be very powerful as it's doing so. Because when people are laughing, they're really understanding things on a deep level. Like laughter is the revelation of truth, right? It's realization, either a truth that's revealed by the degree of the exaggeration, or like not get into the whole fucking thing. And it just really was a funny server. They treated people in very authoritarian ways, but at the same time, there was like an undercurrent of they were still having fun with people. I was surprised at how nice these people were while they were like abusing them. So yeah, it will be missed. We'll make another one, but yeah, he was a crazy dude. How old is the MacBook? I think these are 2015 MacBooks. I don't use the 2011 ones for writing, but 2015 is a good year for if you're looking for a MacBook to write on. I think they can be gotten now for about $200 or $300, and they're pretty worth it. They're not the best fucking keyboards around in the computer game for writing on, but they're pretty decent. They're quiet enough. Like you very seldom will hear aggressive typing from me, as opposed to my other some of my other machines where it's like just a rattle of keys nonstop. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start. We're gonna just re-edit the whole chapter because we didn't get very far yesterday, and we got like 2 pages in, and I just I'll tell you, ever since this Corona, from time to time, like my mind will start getting like foggy, and this wasn't something that this is something that happened previously too. I feel dumb for a few days, and then I just feel like my normal, only sort of dumb self afterward. And yesterday, and it's like I almost wonder if like my brain is fucking inflamed when that's going on. Cause like it just feels slower and whatever. May just be like neurodegeneration or any kind of thing there. But yeah, I was definitely feeling a little bit of that yesterday. And this morning just feel like a note off, but hopefully getting like a little better. The light up keyboard or X230 got an i5. Yeah, the Lenovo's are okay. Their keyboards are all right. I prefer the pitch of a MacBook keyboard to trying to type on a Lenovo. But we got some Lenovo's floating around here somewhere. So if I were to do a writing stream, I tell you what, Lenovo's or fucking MacBooks are terrible at streaming. Like it just eats up their batteries right away. OBS is not well optimized for Mac hardware. There are several things that just don't work. Just fucking do your job, MacBook. Oh my god. I think it can't. Oh well, maybe. There we go. Maybe it can't fucking update OS X on a battery, and I only have the one. How much battery do we got on this motherfucker? We got enough. Yeah. Here we go. All right, if we start to run out of gas on this guy, we'll swap it back over. But yeah, it doesn't want to do this whole OS X update. Well, threw an SSD and Ubuntu on it, and then got a brand new 9-cell battery for $30. So that's not too bad. Yeah, Apples are like you have to take the fucking machine apart to replace the battery, and it's much harder now in the new since 2017. They've gone by this philosophy of they just want to make it impossible for regular people to work on their laptops. So all the shit is like welded and soldered together inside of there, and hard to get into. You got to have their special fucking triangle screwdrivers for no reason. Like I'm not a big federal government type person, but I think there should be strict penalties for companies that are just purposefully trying to make their shit difficult to repair. I believe in the like right to repair legislation, and companies that are, and it's not just Apple that does this. There are car manufacturers that do this kind of shit. I think there should be a consistent standard for the idea that everything should be as easy to repair as possible. Just to the point of not using like fucking weird screws and having to have special tools to work on shit. Let's see. Don't like paying the premium for yeah, like the Lewis Rossman guy. He's here in New York. I could go holler at him at some point there. Um, so yeah, the hardware is objectively worse, right? The premium that you're paying for with an Apple thing is you're just paying for their UI. Really, the way that they have designed their computers to run, and it used to be like a little bit more stability, but that argument doesn't really hold as much water now. And there is a minimum baseline of equipment there. Like they don't ship machines that don't have sufficient power to do like the basic ass word processing tasks that they're meant to. Whereas with PCs, there are some real piece of shit Chromebooks out there that can't do fucking anything. They're just too slow, and just like there are some computer manufacturers that just put out shit where it's like, why do you have like 4 kilobytes of RAM in this machine and 20, like where it's just really insufficient for what they need to do. Shout out to Skip Donahue right there. But anyhow, enough of this nerd shit. We got a book to edit. So this is Lemon Maybe and the Electric Lady by Zak Zyz. We're going to take another shot at chapter 52, God Sent Me. And this is 311. It happens at 1:11 p.m. at the Port Authority bus terminal in New York City. So the bad news comes onto the flat screen as everyone mops up the last of their eggs with triangles of rye toast. I only get rye toast, so. Yeah, Angie has a Lenovo that was designed so shitty that you can't change out the hard drive. Yeah, I thought didn't she want to like stream? You should get her like a fancy fucking computer that she can stream on. Just liberate one in the riots, man. What do we got here? Gary's flock is silent at first. Even their minds are quiet, stunned by the savage images of bodies littered among the rubble. There's a live helicopter feed of the Port Authority bus terminal. A column of volcanic black smoke billows upward, dwarfing the skyline. 3 men gasp at that shot. They panhandle at the bus station regularly. Each is thinking, that could have been me. Goddamn. Yeah, I wish I had a bunch extra, but I actually don't ever steal shit from the school. Sorry. We'll see what happens, like, if the school goes out of business and everybody's getting what they can get in that situation. Who knows what I'll do. The men are taking this in. Gary's men are taking this in. Gary's men are taking the twin terror attacks in. Each absorbs the news at his own pace. All right, hold on. Fox yeah, Fox 5. That's it. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. Okay. Yes, I'm trying to avoid the second person there. Oh, hell yeah. Look at Big Lit Up right there.
Still impressed with the dedication of editing these words all the time.
Hell yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Lit Up. Look at that. That's like a fucking cup of coffee right there. Thank you so much, Lit Up. Am I okay? I'm looking a little disheveled. Yeah, I actually got like 8 hours of sleep last night. Um, which is weird. I don't usually I get like 4 or 5. Yeah, I got like a good night of sleep. I feel pretty okay. I was out working in the sun all day yesterday, so that might be part of it, or maybe it's just like the crushing blow to my spirit. Did I tell the fucking? I don't know if I told the stream, but we got like a huge. Oh, I told the stream yesterday. We got a huge rejection from a publisher yesterday, and it was basically like I had been waiting since late 2018 for them to reject this fucking story, and they finally did it. And they sent us feedback as to why they weren't ever going to buy the book, and the feedback's pretty accurate. So this book is Rapasaurus. It's a dungeon crawler, and the 3 pieces of feedback were one, it's a long and rambling story. Totally true. That it's like 700 pages long. All my stories are long and rambling. If you don't want to read a long and rambling story, don't buy one of my books. I mean, this is how it is. I like to ramble. I like to gamble. Then 2, the other feedback was that the plot was complex, needlessly so. Which is fair. There's a lot of weird shit happening in that story, and I think that plot is going to get tightened up quite a bit. I also don't like the ending of that book, so we're going to change that up a little bit. And then the third was that there was frequent use of Deus Ex Machina, which you can tell is the like a personal thing that this guy does not like. He doesn't like Deus Ex Machina, which is to me like a little bit of an like frequently there's the expectation that characters will die, and then there's like some Deus Ex Machina revelation of like a new character or a new demon or godlet or whatever there that will save somebody. And that's a super fair criticism. It happens over and over in that book. There's actually one of the characters who dies over and over again and is resurrected time and time again by a literal god. He's the pawn of this god who will not let him die. Um, So it's actually really cool. So I like this company. I know several of the people who run the company, and they're a good publisher, right? They put out some neat and oh fuck you, come back. We can't we can't slow down because we don't have power plugged in. They're a good company. I'm not going to name them just because it's a rejection, and I don't want like my listeners to fucking burn down their office or anything. But they were right to reject that book. As I was submitting it, I was like, you know what? I'm just fucking tired of working on this. I'm gonna send it out. It was before I had this new editing method, and I knew that once we were done with this book right here, we were going to apply that same rewrite editing method to Rapasaurus. Rapasaurus is a good book. Like all that shit aside, it is a really fun book. There is some crazy shit happening in that dungeon, and I like the characters a lot. But it needs some work. It needs, frankly, it needs a rewrite, and some heavy lifting needs to be done on the plot. And I'm going to spend probably a month or two off camera rewriting it, and maybe like 3 months it might take me to rewrite this book off camera, and to fix some things that I don't like with the plot, and tune up some of the characters and so forth. And I'm better now than I was when I wrote it. It's a cool book, and one that occupies a large portion of my imagination. And it's one where I want to have the potential to write other books and short stories set in that whole thing. So it's for the best. I mean, it would have been fucking rad if they had picked it up and just been like, okay, fix these things. You know what I mean? And then but here's the thing: like the shit that we're doing right here, the way that we're editing this right now, not a lot of writers have the resources to do this kind of edit. The thing where we like start with a book and then come out with a book that's 20% better than it. Normally when you get a manuscript back from somebody, it's like a 10% improvement if you want to quantify something that's unquantifiable. And it really is like the strength of this editing process that makes the books much better. And the fact that I'm getting input from readers in real time as I'm doing it, that's fucking amazing. The only people who are going to be able to do that are people who are part of writing groups where they have like novel workshops and shit. Lit Up says, I'm sure I'll get a book published soon. Yeah, I mean, this one that we're working on right now, I think it would be fucking insane not to buy this book. This book is incredible. It is such a dope book and such a cool twist on me and George Washington will get on them and burn them all. Watch out for that character, man. Don't get caught up in his web. But anyhow, so even like knowing, hey, this is good feedback, and knowing that this guy's right, it's still like getting punched in the stomach, getting that rejection, just because like while that was out there, I have this, like maybe I'll get a letter from these guys and they'll like want to publish my book, and I won't have to. The big part of it is, that's a $4,000 edit right there. Although we'll see how this new editor that I'm interested in working with, we'll see how he works out there. But yeah, this is expensive fucking edit right there, because it's a long ass book and it's very complicated, and there are many characters, and not to spoil like the structure of it, but it's like an interdimensional dungeon, so there's a lot of weird shit happening in there. But yeah, I just don't want it to be in the position of Gravid, like where I know it needs an edit and I can't fucking do it. The thing is that with Gravid, we need like a special editor for it. It needs to be a very smart woman, and very smart women are very smart in that they don't accept like tiny little sums of money, because they know that they have a fucking monopoly on the smart woman editing phase of the world. Anyhow, so we're just going to try and sell another book and get the money to where we can hire that very smart woman that is required. Ooh. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Fucking Mac. God. I think that's just the we installed OS X reboot. The Channel 5 newswoman has smudged eyeliner. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't find somebody who was in New York. Chapter 7 of Arbitrary Data by Mike Bell, the Beast, sitting at 14K words. Let me pad it up, then proceeds to only have the word fuck for 77 pages. God. Yeah, I mean, that's why everybody was mad at that guy. Because, like, you see the work that I'm putting in, right? Like, every single day. Like, I'm a fucking. Um, which horse was it in Animal Farm that was always like, I will work harder? Was it, his name was like Sugar Cube or Dancing Bell or something like that? But the horse that represented the proletariat, and he was just every time some shit would go down, he would say, "I will work harder," until finally his back broke and they turned him into glue. Ooh, shouldn't have paralleled myself with that guy. Boxer, that's the guy. God, what a fucking horse Boxer was. I love that book. By the way, Orwell is such a G. I think I have an Animal Farm shirt somewhere. If I don't, I gotta get it. I like everything Orwell put out. His essays are fantastic too. But where's that going with that whole thing right there? But you see me plugging away, right? This is the amount of work that it takes to be a writer. The work that I'm doing right here, I feel like I'm still under the bare minimum. I'm obviously under the bare minimum you need to be successful, right? The amount of work that you see me doing is not enough. You need more, right? So all the people who code put in that same amount of work every single day for their jobs, way more, hours and hours and hours of work, labor. They're paying the cost to be the boss. And then that guy that we're talking about, Dark Mage, didn't want to pay any of those dues. He didn't want to do that work, but he wanted to claim that he was those things. He wanted to say, oh yeah, I'm a published author, like, oh yeah, like I'm a rapper. Oh yeah, I'm a code mentor and all this shit. And that just left such a bad taste in everybody's mouth. And really, it doesn't matter what the art form is. When somebody has not paid their fucking dues and is just trying to fake it, you can hear it in every note. You can read it in every word. And people have a deep built-in set of justice, right? Ever since we were monkeys, we had this idea of justice. Like if you have two chimps and you give one chimp a fucking cucumber slice and the other chimp a grape, the one with the grape will be like, big smile, like, hee. And the one with the cucumber slice will look at you and throw it in your fucking face and it'll bite your dick right off. Because he realizes that he has been the victim of injustice. It is hard coded into us. People, and which is crazy, right? Because justice is like such a stupid concept when it really comes down to it. Nothing will ever be just. There's no, we're just on a rock sailing through space. It doesn't fucking matter if one monkey got a fucking cucumber slice and one got a grape. Cucumber monkey should be happy he got anything at all, that he's even alive. But yeah. Whew. That book sat on my brain like a toad for months. So not to distract you from editing, but why is Dark Mage gone? Now, so Dark Mage, he's a funny little guy, right? As much as he's like kind of vain and pompous and kind of an asshole in some ways. He's also kind of irrepressible. There are a lot of qualities that he has that we likes. He's usually got a pretty positive attitude, despite the fact that he was born addicted to crack and he's deformed and all this other stuff. And he wants to be liked and generally makes like an effort to be nice to people. So he's fun to have around, and he really does make a good butt for a lot of our jokes. And every group needs somebody who is like the lowest ranked on the totem pole. And that person, gets made fun of all the fucking time. That's just how it works. And Dark Mage just finally hit his limit. Like, it was me dunking on him, actually. It was a fucking joke that I made. I made some joke about how a Dark Mage would be like, yeah, often after things I say that are meant in earnest, people will type LOL or LMAO. I'm starting to wonder if there's some kind of conspiracy to undermine my self-confidence by laughing at all the things I say. And this is like a reference to how he'll be kind of oblivious to the fact that people are laughing at him. And then everybody tagged that tweet with LOL. like 20 people. And that didn't sit too well with Dark Mage. He was like, oh, everybody's fucking making fun of me. And then he came into the chat room, and we were fucking lolling at him about the turbo button on his computer, and I had like some joke. I'm like, Dark Mage tried to run a video game that said he needed a video card, so he shoved his Blockbuster video card in an ISA slot, like some stupid shit like that. And he was like, yeah, I'm not here to just be, a target for you guys to fucking dunk on all day long. But that's exactly what he was there for. Like he was the person that we like kind of dunked on all the time. And it is a little sad, it is like we were straight up bullying this guy, and he was right to realize like, hey, these guys are, laughing at me as much as they're laughing with me. And I don't want to make it seem like we were only mean to this guy. And a lot of us offered him help with projects. And a lot of us, like, I genuinely like the guy, flaws and everything. Genuinely like that dude, even though I recognize that he is a terrible person. Yeah, he was like half of a lolcow at first, and then he shaded into being like 75% of a lolcow. And he's just like a fucking figment or two away from being a lolcow. But the thing is, like, we were happy to participate in that rubric. Like, that guy is interesting. His dumb life, like full of domestic violence and smoking meth and shit like that, it's interesting to us. He was like the most reported on person in FNet News ever. Oh, fuck, I gotta do FNet News. I completely forgot it. Let me hit up Eraser. I was waiting on something for him, but I may just, I gotta do the FNet News. I forgot. I got a day to do it. Anyhow, that's what went down with that whole thing. So he made the right decision to leave that situation. Like, if he didn't want to just be made fun of all the time for who he is, like, he can't be on that channel, because that channel is merciless. That channel will definitely not let you sleep on your foibles. But at the same time, I feel like that channel will also recognize when you are making strides. Like, when he got like a job and everything after years of being unemployed, a lot of people congratulated him and shouted out to him and so forth. But at the same time, like, the channel will not, like, that channel, I have, let's say I have the greatest cushion of people who will be nice to me because they like me in that channel. And people will still call me on my bullshit all the time. Like, if I do a show that's bad, people will be like, yeah, fucking low effort there. And they're right, There is an inherent savagery to that chat room that is inescapable. And I'm glad. It should fucking be there. It's very rare to have a space where you have that kind of moderation, where if somebody's telling the truth about what's going on, we let them speak, even if we don't like them. Yeah, and people were generally nice to him. I mean, yeah, the most part, people are generally nice in that thing. It's only when somebody is doing some bullshit that they'll get called on it. And in this particular case, he just didn't want to be called on his bullshit any longer. And to me, like I said, it's probably a good choice for him to get the fuck out of there if he no longer wants to be made fun of, because he was never going to be able to escape his legacy of being Dark Mage. But IMO he still has all those qualities that make him dark mage, right? None of that has fucking changed. And in fact, if you watch his Twitter feed and so forth, it's gotten like significantly worse. Like him tweeting creepy shit to women and just being like an outsider. So I you know, I'm a big believer that somebody taking the fucking wind out of your sails, if you're got like a big swollen head, is good for you. And I get that every fucking day when I log in here and realize what an idiot I am with this editing stream and all the mistakes that I've made. And I'm very open with like, you know, this is my struggle. This is how I've failed so far, and I will probably keep failing for some significant amount of time, but I'm not going to give up. And that is the one positive thing that I'll say about Dark Mage, is that so far he hasn't, even though he hasn't tried very hard, he hasn't given up either. So that's something. Yeah. Anyhow, enough with Dark Mage. I want to get through this chapter. So the Channel 5 newswoman has smudged eyeliner and a co-anchor has clearly been crying. When they speak, their expressions are flat. Their posture is broadcast perfect. Yet, when they speak, their expressions are flat and their posture is broadcast. Okay, cool. Uh, I don't even know who those girls are, but it is creepy. Yeah, and it's the kind of shit that where like one of us would take him aside and be like, "Yo, man, this shit is kind of creepy." Him like flashing rolls of hundreds at women that he doesn't know, and like in a like stained Guar T-shirt. Cut that out, man. You know, yeah. I'll tell you what, your true friends are the people who fucking will call you on your shit and understand who you are, but still like you. You know what I mean? And there aren't that many people like that out there. All right, we can power this motherfucker back up. There we go. Cool. And so tomorrow we will have a brand new machine that's not bulging. God damn, this thing is like balanced on a fucking teeter-totter. It's so ridiculous. Thousands. Packing up these army surplus duffel bags full of my stupid clothes. Shouts to you, fucking lit up, for going to California with an aching in your heart. I have mad respect for the decision to like head out there and start a whole new life and to get the fuck out of Bodymore, which is an awful fucking town. I wish you two like the best luck in the fucking world out there. But yeah, good job for fucking moving out there. And California's incredible. Yeah, it's so much better than living on the East Coast. I'm gonna have a fucking fantastic time out there. You can hit the beach all the time. The food is 10 times better. There's gonna be some shit that you miss at first, like assuming that you haven't already lived out there. I'm just saying, as somebody who lived in like the deep South and East Coast and went out to California, don't let the shit that you miss overshadow the fact that everything in California is fucking amazing. Yeah, people was hating, didn't think it was happening. Now, man, I think that's fucking fantastic. So, yeah, we'll celebrate a little on that old LRH this fucking Friday night with the show Angie and the 600 LBs. God, this is all gonna be songs about fat people. I'll miss the fried chicken. You can go just get Korean fried chicken out there. That's it. Done. Like I don't I like here's the thing. Like the very, very cheapest fried chicken is not as good, but regular fried chicken is fried chicken everywhere. Yeah, they don't have chicken ricos, but you'll be able to get in and out, which is a big fucking deal. And just the burritos that you can get out there just blow the shit on the East Coast away. Like the fucking freshness of the tomatoes that you can get a hold of. Because just keep in mind, like everything that you're going to be eating over there is going to be grown within 100 miles of you, as opposed to like trucked in from fucking Brazil or some shit like that. Yeah, like fucking great shakes in and out. There's just a ton of shit, and they got like Del Taco too. It's not like Del Taco's not nothing. So while you're out there, I don't know if you guys got a car or whatever out there, but if you want an idea for one of the first things that y'all should do when you got your whole fucking thing, take a drive down fucking Highway 1 and camp out there in Big Sur. And it's just one of my favorite stretches of highway in anywhere on earth that I've been to. So yeah, if you got a fucking Jeep, man, head out to Big Sur and go camping. That shit is fucking amazing, and the coast along there is beautiful. You can camp out underneath these giant ass redwoods. It is like nowhere else on earth. And the entire drive down there is like these winding sea cliffs and so forth. It's like being in a fucking movie. There's a lighthouse at the end of this very narrow peninsula jutting out there that you can walk out to. And if the guards aren't there, you can climb up into the lighthouse and check it out. If the guards are there, they will arrest you, FYI. But yeah, and you can like, if you want to, you can like walk up to Clint Eastwood's house. Although be careful if you just scale the side of that fucking mountain to Clint Eastwood's house. One, he does have like a bunch of dogs protecting the property, and two, you will get poison oak so fucking bad. To people who haven't been out to California before, if you are like at all susceptible to poison ivy, poison oak is like 5 times fucking worse. So just learn what that shit looks like and stay the fuck away from it. I almost died from that shit. Parents said if we didn't want a wedding, they would give us the money they paid for my sister's wedding for a down payment on a house. You should take that fucking thing and like put a house together. When you buy a house, by the way, take a look at historical earthquake data for that area. And just keep in mind, like in a lot of spots, you can't fucking get earthquake insurance. So putting money into a house in California is like, you got to kind of worry about that situation out there. Because I know some people who have gotten fucking wiped out that way, where they just couldn't insure it and the house is fucking totaled. But, you figure it out. You're adults. But yeah, fucking congratulations to both of you. I'm just so happy that shit worked out and that you're going to make it out there. But I still haven't gotten through 2 pages of this fucking edit right here. Y'all distracted me. But it's fine. I needed to talk to somebody anyway. Gary can feel the other man at the table trying to grab. Few don't really believe it. They're waiting for this to be a movie promo or a prank. Some men think it might just be Gary fucking with their minds. Others are angry and getting madder by the moment. Their thoughts turn to guns and knives, to hunting down the people who did this. Revenge for the slain, and more importantly, payback. Let me see. Lit up, just give me that money and so I can get a tractor and build a barn for the horse I want. I think I have a pair of Meep Sheep shorts that say Cactus Man on the tag. Oh, you guys are gonna get goats? That'd be fucking amazing. Like, just FYI, if you haven't owned goats before, they are some of like the filthiest fucking creatures on God's earth. Like, they're just constantly like pissing on each other and rolling around in it. They're really they look cute in goat videos, but the reality of owning goats is they're pretty fucking nasty when all is said and done. But they have a lot of personality and they're super chill. Yeah, I love the thought of you guys having like a farm and them dogs running around and so forth. So you guys are gonna have 4 dogs flying around? Is that gonna be the situation? God damn. You guys gonna have a menagerie. You don't have to mow the lawn. They will mow it for you. They will also shit all over that lawn, by the way. And if you have dogs running around with them, the dogs will gobble up that goat shit. And you just have to deal with that whole thing. And not for... Oh, I thought you had 2 dogs, Lit Up. What are you doing with them dogs? So there's that thing. And also, just keep in mind, you got to watch out for dogs and goats mingling together. Most dogs kind of have a good sense of goats, but I would worry about like Puppy around some goats. That little old man is just, I don't want to get him to get butted. They're tiny dryish pellets. They do. Oh, they're staying there, and he's gonna come back and pick one up. All right, yeah, that makes some sense. It's hard to fucking fly with big ass dogs, but yeah, when you want to bring him back, just set up a big ass road trip cross country. Rent a fucking car, see the whole country. God, see now I wish I was fucking moving to California. If the show were doing better, I'd have like a fucking van, but I don't work hard enough. If I had a fucking bestseller, it would pay for that van. If I had 1,000 fucking regular viewers, Kong Fusey would buy me the van. Yeah, every fucking internet nerd has that idea. And a lot of it is just like we realize that we can get canceled at any fucking time. Like our regular jobs can get destroyed by the shit that we do online. And so all of us want to have that fallback position, like, hey, if I lose my fucking job and I'm homeless, at least I can live in a van down by the river. Because, I don't know, like being on the internet is a big fucking risk at this point. Like if, if somebody like fucking gets a hold of your HR and convinces them that just because you said the N-word a few million times live on the stream, you're not like a good person, then you're fucking done. They'll just get rid of you to limit the company's exposure to you. Or the fucking agency in my case, and then like, what are you gonna do for a job? You know. Tim Pool is a dim fool. I had one interaction with the guy where he was like a nice dude, and like he made a correction to an article that I asked him to because he was fucking wrong. Where he said that Weave was the president of the founder of the GNA, and he needed to go fuck off with that. Time cop for life. But yeah, sometimes businesses want your Facebook. Yeah, fuck working anywhere like that, man. But yeah, Tim Pool is like, that guy's he's just not fucking genuine. You know, you can hear it in his voice, the like kind of and the way that he's like pretending to be outraged and shit like that. And he's just trying to jack off like the right wing hate machine for the most part, with all these dog whistles and shit. It's like we can't tell what the fuck you are, Tim Pool. There are people who are like legitimate centrists and so forth, but I don't believe that that guy's speaking in earnest when he speaks. I think that he is just trying to pander to a certain segment of the population, and I feel like a lot of people have come to that same conclusion watching him, where they don't feel like he's telling it like it is. And holy God, if I ever get to that point where I'm just obviously like parroting the shit that people want to hear, fucking somebody put me out of my misery. Yeah, I do. I find Tim's voice super fucking grating. That's another part of it. It's just, and there's so much of it. He puts out like these long fucking clips of him blogging and blogging and blogging every single fucking day, and constantly like shilling himself and so forth. And I feel like if you don't have the voice for radio journalism, just keep your like segments brief. You know what I mean? Like any voice is okay to listen to for a little bit. Voices that are okay to listen to for a long, boring ass editing segment pieces, you got to put some work in. You know what I mean? And all he does is read articles on the internet to you. I mean, there's a market for it. You know, shout out to him for capturing that market. But at the same time, I don't have a lot of respect for the guy. Is what I'm saying. And to be fair, like in my one interaction with him, he was okay. But yeah, and I also like the like sort of meme Tim Pool, the dim fool. It sounds amazing to me. But I'm a dim fool if I don't get this fucking chapter done. Gary listens to the minds around the table as they struggle to absorb the news. A few don't really believe it yet. They're waiting for this to be a movie promo. A few men are suspicious. A few men are suspicious Gary might be fucking with their brains, that this all might be some sort of illusion. Others are angry. But most of these men are just angry and getting madder by the moment. Their thoughts turn to guns and knives, to hunting down the people who did this. Revenge for the slain, and more importantly, payback for making them feel afraid. About half of Gary's flock. About 3/4 of Gary's flock are veterans. Gary can hear each man. Oh, have you ever had that fucking like thought lit up? Like, maybe I should re-enlist. That shit just pops out at me sometimes. Like, yeah, maybe I should go back in that old military. Fucking for no reason. Ugh. Let me see. He was claiming the T-Mobile shit was a DDoS attack. Probably should have asked them before he made that shit video with the errors in it. Yeah, once don't do it. Oh, I'm not gonna. They wouldn't take me back. Yeah, not in a fucking heartbeat. They'd be like, nah, no. We tried that once. We didn't like it. You can't, what? Prior service rules, you can't pick your MOS in the fucking army? Fuck that. I would never, ever, ever re-enlist without a guaranteed contract. Fuck that shit. I mean, if you were a medic, you're gonna be a fucking medic again, you know? Needs of army only. They're not gonna make you fucking infantry if you're a medic. But, yeah, fuck that shit. That's awful. At some point, each of them starts to wonder if he ought to re-enlist, trying to ignore the reality that there's no way the army would want them back. Yeah. Well, we gotta change that sentence a little bit. Mm. So logic says, at 36 years old, no thanks. I'd rather cut my own legs off than do anything but infantry. So your results may vary. Uh, yeah, if you're in your 20s, newly married, it's a pretty dope gig. Yeah, like if I had been married at the time, I'd still be in the fucking military. Um, just because, like, if you're married, you get to live off the fucking base. It's just a job that you go to, a shitty job, but you know, like, it, having some time to yourself. But man, if you're fucking still in tech school and you're living in a fucking dorm and just exposure to like the command staff all the time, like where they're fucking on top of you and paying attention to the shit you do. If you're a weird fucking dude and just like to like stroll around naked all the time and fucking do your own thing, they're not with it. You know, the military frowns on that kind of shit for some reason. So yeah, like honestly, like the two things, the fact that I had to stay on base led to me getting in tons of trouble just by being a fucking malcontent and getting poison ivy real bad. Those are the two things that knocked me out of the military for the most part. Poison oak. Remember, if you lived in barracks after the last formation of the day, fucking formation. That's the stupidest shit. Ugh. Ugh. I don't want to think about this. How should I feel? Gary wonders. Always open a beer so you don't get pulled for some random detail. Oh, no, I've been, anytime that somebody tried to get me to volunteer for something, I just, fuck you. I'm going to do the worst job of this shit ever. And they knew I would. Yeah, I was fucking infamous on that base. I just had no business being there, you know? The recruiter really fucked over the Air Force by letting me in. Because there's no fucking secret to those guys who I was. I could tell right away. Ugh. And an asshole. Like, really? Yeah. Oh, I remember that shit. We would have to do shit. They would be like wetness maintenance, and the armor would always be an asshole and say that shit's not clean enough. You just dump it on their fucking desk, like you fucking clean it. And then you get in trouble, and then you got fucking some bullshit duty, like out there mowing the lawn all weekend long, or some nonsense like that. And you do that really half-assed and fucking mow a swastika into the grass or some nonsense. Ugh. It's just if you want to get into trouble, they're happy to fucking oblige you. And I always wanted to get into trouble. All right, hold on. I got to check on something. Okay, cool. So they've already started a new journalism server, and we're like working on it. All right. The entire table is turned to him, awaiting orders. It's not some stirring. All right, so, uh, how should I feel? Gary wonders. Lately, he's been spending so much time in other people's heads, his own thoughts feel almost foreign. He realizes it. Gary struggles to come up with something inspiring to say. Let's go and try to help. It's not some stirrings. It's not a. It's hardly a stirring speech, but Gary knows just how to say it. How to pause for a moment and make eye contact with everyone. Let's see. Too many real words, and then realizes. Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, we cut out a bunch of that right there before we got to it. Let's go and try to help. It's hardly a stirring speech, but Gary knows just how to say it. How to pause for a moment and make eye contact with everyone. How to form the words so they slice through all that anger and fear and impart purpose. All that anger and fear to impart purpose. Gary talks like he's addressing a cadre of trained professionals instead of the city's dregs. Of course we'll go help. The city needs us. It works. Every man at the table nods solemnly, ready to pitch in. Yeah, okay, so this is where we get. Okay. And we're like edging into too many italics here. Yeah, we can just cut that actually. That's where we're edging into too much. Yeah, and then we'll turn that to acts. There. Yeah, like it just you could tell where the edit that we were doing yesterday, we just weren't really sinking our teeth into the meat of this. We did do some okay editing work. It wasn't wasted time, but just we're not. You know, you're not batting 1,000 every fucking day. I'm not batting 1,000 every time I go out to write, and I'm not batting 1,000 every time I go out to edit. But the real challenge with editing is to know when you're missing, right, and to take the swing again. Like if I couldn't tell like that the editing was shitty, Jesus, what a shit show this would be. But usually, like I can like feel it in my heart, where we're not. You know, if we make it to like 75% or whatever, that's probably enough. But if we're like around like half of the quality that we should be at, we need to do it over again. And yesterday was a do it over again day. So 5 minutes later, Grand Marshal Gary leads his scruffy parade north on 8th Avenue. The march draws a few eyes, but most of the city is. Let's see. So, I'd like to, let's see. I don't think that there's a word for bum that starts with L. And I don't think Loony Parade works out. There's lunatic, but that's too far. Yeah, like I don't think we can. I think that's just a fancy that we should squash. The ragged march draws a few eyes, but most of the city is still in shock. They hit a police barricade at 34th Street. Gary explains they want to help dig people out. The cops aren't buying it. Okay, so let's take a look at the NYPD ranks. Let's give Janice Ainsworth some rank. Because she's going to get Gary through here, she needs to have some fucking rank. She needs to have rank, but she also needs to have a reason to be at that fucking barricade. So what do we got? We've got a sergeant. Would they have an LT at a fucking... She could potentially be a detective. Because I feel like too frequently we just lean on having the sergeant there. Let's give Logic a point for that. Street person. Cool, it works. Should we make her... Yeah, let's make her a detective. Yeah, lieutenant. Yeah, I don't think they'd have an LT manning a barricade, even with all the shit going wrong. And an LT would be able to like fucking... Oh yeah, yeah. Hold on, actually, let's make her an LT. I can't spell lieutenant. Are there two N's? Oh my god, I can't spell. Oh, here, let me just see. Lieutenant. Okay. All right, so that's how you spell lieutenant. God, fucking French words are so difficult for me to spell. Yeah, I know. It took me a hot second to get it right. So Ace to Play is really good here. Decapitalize north in the 8th Avenue sentence. Oh yeah, that's totally wrong. Let me give you another point there. Shouldn't get another point because I should have edited it right the first time, but I didn't. I didn't at all. All right, hold on. Nobody loves me. Well, it's still early in the morning yet. That's a shame. That's not true at all, by the way. Plenty of people love me, like 3 or 4 in the world. Speaking of which, I need to reply to some emails and so forth. I'm just so bad at getting back to people. Like, if you're out there and you care about me as a person, I'm sorry. You just have to fucking call me. I never remember until it's like midnight. And I'm like, yeah, let me just call these random people at midnight. Terrible. I envy the thing that's in every single woman that I've ever dated, where there's like this impulse behind them, where they like check in on their friends and like, oh, I wonder how they're doing, and they just think to like call people and so forth. They don't live in like this self-absorbed fucking shell around them all the time. And I could probably do that if I put some fucking effort into it. I really should do that. I'm trying. I'm trying. I just need to make that more of a priority because I just do not keep in touch with people the way that I ought to. Because I'm so busy thinking about Gary Polk, the telepath. But at the end of the day, like, yo, these books aren't ever going to visit you in the old folks' home. Ooh. It's a cold thought. I like Band of Derelicts, but it's not the right place for it there. We want to help dig people out, Gary explains. The cops just shake their heads. They made up their minds Gary is crazy. The cops just shake their heads. They've made up their minds Gary is crazy and just hope they can get rid of him without having to shoot anyone. That's like a common feeling. It's like, just go away, dude. Don't make us fucking blast you. That's The logic says he's also jealous of the impulse or the ability to remember birthdays and such. It's not even that I don't care. It's just don't have that faculty in the slightest. And I feel like that's very. I wonder if that's like if there's something inherent to women where they just recognize like, hey, this is valuable. It's super valuable, right? And it's something that's incredibly more valuable as the world becomes more interconnected. That power to socialize is so much stronger than like my ability to like, I could build a house, right? Like I have the set of knowledge to where I could like put together most of a house without even having to like refer to the internet more than like about 2,000 times. But like, I have that fucking ability. Somebody shipped me something. And shout outs to Lit Up right there. Lit Up, you got to change PayPal so it doesn't have your fucking name on it. I'm just putting it out there. Yeah, just change your PayPal up to, there's a way to go about it. Or, I mean, it doesn't matter to me, so I'm not going to fuck you over. But just be aware that's got your name on there. And you can change it so that you send PayPal as an organization rather than as a whatever. So I think a lot of it is just something that is learned behavior. It's not like some instinct that people have there. And it's just, like we're old enough. We're like grown men. We should be able to figure out that you should keep I'm gonna spend this morning fucking reaching out to people that I have been meaning to reach out to for the last 6 months. It sucks too because you're like so far behind. There's that like, I really should have written you a response like 6 months ago, and you just feel fucking behind on the whole thing, and you're like anxious to send somebody an email and catch back up for them because you feel guilty for not responding them, and it just becomes like a horrible cycle or whatever. There, I swear to God, they ought to just beat this into you. There ought to be like special classes for retarded boys that don't know how to have a friend group that they go through in like middle school to like, yeah, it's like, by the way, reach out to people on their fucking birthdays and check in every month or so to make sure that they're still alive and let them know that you care. And don't just, I had this pop up real recently where I was like talking about a trip that I had gone on where I was like, yeah, I really had a good time with them. It was so nice of them to like have us over there. She's like, what, really? It seemed like you didn't like them the whole time you were there. And I was like, yeah, that's because they were fucking really difficult to deal with at the time. But like in hindsight, I had a really good time. And like once that stressful element was removed and my like memory smoothed it out, and I realized that I like hadn't said much to really get across like how I felt. And so people just assumed that I was unhappy when in fact I was like relatively happy the whole time. Whew. Still have not gotten through 2 pages of this shit. So I guess hyper accelerated. Can we fucking, is that a word? Hyper plus accelerated. So it is a word. Very highly accelerated. Superlative most hyper. Wiktionary. The hyper accelerated dragon. White's death by simplification. What is this fucking move? I don't know that opening. Alright, Sicilian. Wait, A, B, C, D, E? Wait, there's no, there's no fucking way. That's not the opening. All right, anyhow. So it seems like hyper accelerated. Some people hyphenate it. How's that look? No, it looks like shit. I just want hyper accelerated. Why am I? I know that an editor will be like, that's not a fucking word. How does it look to the reader? That's what's really important. He strikes gold. The commanding officer at the barricade is Lieutenant Janice Ainsworth, a devout Pentecostal. It takes just 5 minutes of Gary's hyper-accelerated report. Yeah, it looks wrong. There's 2 M's in a mount. No, there isn't. There's another checkpoint on 40th Street. This one is run by the National Guard. So, some difficulty there. Whereas, so there are some National Guardsmen after 9/11 floating around the city. And there would have been like enough, but it does take like a fucking order of the governor to activate the National Guard, I think. So there shouldn't be many of them at this point. But I think we can get along with it.
Okay, so Logic says it totally depends on the number of units in the area. Like Hawaii has a whole brigade, and I think the working units of the brigade could be mobilized locally in 72 to 96 hours. But in Boise, Idaho, or something, in 24 to 48 hours, you could get dudes mobilized. So what you would have here, like the exact situation that we're in, is New York City circa 2006, which means that you still have some degree of National Guardsmen and so forth permanently stationed in places like Grand Central and Port Authority and down on 34th Street, Penn Station. So all those guys would immediately probably mobilize to the perimeters of these sites. So it may just be like a little unrealistic. There's an alert roster, which has to be kept current. And one of the primary missions of the National Guard is local mobilizations for things like tornadoes and such. Yeah, like just to go in and... God, I wonder how the Guard feels about the situation right now. Like how many of those guys are just like, we should be fucking doing something. And how many are like, man, I'm so glad that they're not having us do fuck all for this. Like that one video where the lady got pepperballed, like sitting on her porch because she wouldn't go inside. Like, boom! Fuck. Ugh. Yeah, that video was where I'm like, man, I'm getting really authoritarian in my old age. Because I knew, like, if I were there, I would have gone inside the fucking house, like, right away. I'm like, yo, those guys got guns. I'm not fucking around with those dudes. You know, like, I don't need Snapchat fame that bad. And then I saw everybody else, and they were just outraged. Like, how could they shoot them in their own house and everything? And in my mind, I was like, hey, the National Guard has been deployed. Like, there's martial law. Get the fuck in your house. But then I start, like, thinking from the other viewpoint. I'm like, wait, should the fucking guard be able to pepperball you while you're sitting on your own porch? And I don't own a home, so like I don't have like that same degree of like castle doctrine or whatever. I always assume that the police can roll through here at any time. So Logic says, I was in the Guard, and most of my friends are still in the Guard. Honestly, people have weird ass ideas about the military. Like hope for National Guard instead of cops in your hood. Like yeah, the Guard are like much better trained than the military for the most part. You know, they train like they're weekend warriors because they actually train on the weekends. Like the police, like they're just beat up motherfuckers. Honestly, like having like the UCMJ hanging over you, there really is like, I think there is a perception for like a lot of police that even though they have like internal affairs and so forth, there's a perception that the police will kind of try to shield you, and they have some solidarity, and they have like a policeman's union. There is no fucking military union or whatever. If you get on the wrong side of the UCMJ, you are going to fucking Leavenworth, right? In my mind, the whole time I was in the military, there was no fucking doubt that if I screwed up, that they would just be happy to have me breaking rocks for the next 10 years. And I think most military people are like, yeah, if you get found out, you are going to get fucked and nobody will stand up for you. Like fucking Jag or whatever. Plus, also just being normal ass dudes, not all roided out and amped on beating the shit out of people or whatever. The other part of it, I was talking with this about this yesterday, but just the way that being habituated to violence can get you sort of addicted to that adrenaline rush. It can make you continually like paranoid, like, oh, you know, if you go up to somebody and like, hey, it seems okay, and like, hey, how you doing, and so forth, and that guy's like, great. Boom, punches you right in the teeth. You will never fucking forget that people have the capacity to just punch you right in the fucking teeth when you say hi to them. And they're going to be a step back every time that you say hi to people. Like there are just so many little pieces of trauma that these people suffer through. You almost wonder if like policing is the kind of job where you need to have term limits on it. And at the same time, you realize that like cops who have been there for a while have like a rapport with the community, and they're much more experienced. But yeah, I don't know whether it's something where you can't have somebody do it for a long period of time without them getting. There are definitely certain police deployments where, like in Brooklyn and shit like that, where people can't do that for a long time without turning bad. You know, it's worth. I mean, there's a lot to fucking consider right there. It's very popular at the moment to be like, "Oh, fuck the police" and so forth. But fuck, man, I couldn't do that job. I would just be so dirty right away. I'd just be stealing constantly. Everybody's like, I'd be letting people go and so forth there, but I'd be letting people go in the wrong way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to fucking fill out this report. Just go spray paint. Fuck it. You know? Ugh. It's the end of the line. I'm sorry, guys, Gary tells his men. He feels more relief than disappointment. So Skip Donahue, I don't want to get too off track, but I think being restricted in force response, SOFA, and Warzone build frustration, which can get you amped to take out people. Yeah, that's a whole weird rubric there. So what exactly are you saying there, Logic? You feel like feeling constrained, like while people are shooting fucking rockets at you all day long, and you aren't allowed to fire back. Just like when you get the opportunity to actually go in on people, you go in harder on them because you've been limited. And so Skip Donahue said, "Fuck the police" before it was cool. Whew. Yeah, you know, like we can say "fuck the police," but what's the alternative? You know what I mean? Do you want to live in a society that doesn't have police? My experiences in societies without police have not been good. Whoa. Like, yeah, cops who want to fistfight some drunk asshole aren't allowed to, and are doing that day in and day out. It amps them to take out that frustration on some rando when they give them an excuse. 100% too. And just the fact that they're constantly under threat, where like anybody that runs up to them might have a fucking pistol and just pop out of nowhere because they like, you know, if you can slip up at any time and somebody can just take your life, you constantly like propelling yourself into this state of adrenaline and so forth. It's a tough fucking job, man. What if we only let women be police, right? How would that work out there? God. Oh. I wonder how that would change like the dynamic of I wonder how many people would get shot as a result and how we'd feel about the people getting shot, because it would always been like, oh, it was a woman. He was bigger than her, so she just shot him. Yeah, that would be like a weird dynamic. That would make for an interesting story. Well, sorry, guys. The smoke has blotted out the sun. A fog of dust and cinders obscures the way north. Community, like if they were all mums. Yeah, I wonder, man. Because, like, people who are, like, the mothers of children, one, you don't want to, like, fucking attack some mother. Like, but then women get, like, kind of crazy when they're protecting their children. Down with the babushka police force. Yeah, we just don't let men be police anymore. How would that even fucking? Oh, I would love to see like them just do like a sociological study of that. Um, God, that'd be fucking wild. Like the weird resentment that men would get. Like some dudes would feel all emasculated by it. Some people would be like, "That's fucking hot. Yeah, you can handcuff me anytime." Oh, fucking wildin' out. Smoke has blotted out the sun, and a fog of dust and cinders obscures everything north of 41st Street. They're marching into a nightmare. But Lieutenant Ainsworth won't let go. I have to take this guy to ops. What? Let me see. Oh, did you see this guy? Like the dude charged with poisoning homeless people in California with the capsaicin or whatever. Yeah, everybody was like, "That's you." Not just because I have that one video of uh, in a world, the film with the guy from Enter the Dragon, Con Man. He's in a world run by women. Let me see. There's a book about this called, it was like The Power or something like that, where all women have like the ability to just shoot lightning bolts. And so like no men can like physically overwhelm them. Like there's no rape because women will just electrocute men. Which kind of ripped me off, to tell you the truth. No, but um, that's the problem with like writing a book and not putting it out for 7 years. People will come out with other shit and be like, "Oh, it's just like that one thing." It's like, no, bitch. Like I was on this shit first. But anyhow, he's in a world run by women, and the men are all drugged. Huh? They're like fucking chemical eunuchs. That could be cool. I have to take this guy to ops. Let us through, Ainsworth insists, tapping the gold bar on her lapel as if it meant anything to the men. Let's. Where do they fucking wear these? Yeah, where would that be? Do they? I don't know if they wear their bars on their lapels in their duty uniform. There's. We could just say tapping the gold bar on her. Yeah. Yeah, we can take that out. Gary's learning that once he flips the God switch in someone, there's no way to turn it off. I like that when he like plays on somebody's inherent religiosity, then he can't stop it. Like once he starts that cycle, that to me is like it's got like a very very like cool, fucking the jihad from Dune, the golden path and all that. That I like that I really like that conceit, which is something that we've just added in this edit. Sliders. Yeah, let's take that out. I like the motivation, but it's just all getting a little too. End of the line there. I'm sorry, guys. Planet Earth by John Saxton. Okay, yeah, it's worth taking a gander at there. Let's move it. She's making a scene, tapping the gold bar on her lapel as if it meant anything to these men. Yeah, they don't give a shit about her rank. Gary just learned once he flips the God switch in someone, there's no turning it off. Okay, I like that better. Yeah, moving the claws up, it tracks a little bit better there. So that's a really good edit there. Yeah, it's important to note, like if something looks fucky to you, even if you don't have the right idea for how to fix it, or like have an idea, even if it's not like the perfect one or whatever, it propels us in the direction of fixing something. So it's always good. Oh hell yeah, yeah! Like I like that we're just bringing back the reality that like these are homeless dudes and they're just like wearing layers and layers of clothing and they smell bad and everything. Hell yeah. Okay, let's make sure that we're spelling Genna right. Gehenna, yeah. Gehenna was initially where some of the kings of Judah sacrificed their children by fire. So we just spelled Gehenna wrong. How do you pronounce Gehenna?
Gehenna.
Jaina.
Gehenna.
Gehenna.
Gehenna. Gehenna. Gehenna.
Down to Jaina, or up to the throne, he who travels the fastest. Oh, no. Yeah, so Sayat Ghosh says, down to Jaina, or up to the throne, he travels the fastest who travels alone. Is that something from fucking Gunslinger? Now it wants us to produce Nebuchadnezzar. Jaina. Well, we gotta get this shit out of there. Yeah, this is too much. Get those guys the fuck out of here. You two can go. The soldier barks. I promise I'll try to find a way to get you guys in. If I can't, I'll be back at the diner tomorrow, same time. Stay safe. Try to help however you can. Gary leaves the flock behind, feeling conflicted. At least they're used to being disappointment. What the fuck? I didn't read like any of those words right. Gary leaves his flock behind, feeling conflicted. Okay. Had to send them fucking messages. Oh, shout outs to Nurse Deku right there. Thank you for following our stream. Yeah, it's one of the most consistent editing streams out there anywhere. And we do it every day. And we're, how close are we? We're at page 434. We've only gotten through 4 pages today. I've been at this for 2 hours. Let's say that doesn't make it better. We're taking out the unworthy thing there because it's like a little too much. I think. Let's check out the Gary field. He has to leave his flock behind. At least they're all used to disappointment. Ainsworth leads him through a jumble of emergency vehicles and rescue workers stream in and out like angry orange hornets. Their minds and faces read the same, fatigue and shock. Mm, I think we can just cut this fucking hard hats line. I don't think it gives us anything. Yeah. Yeah, let's just cut that. They've saved most of the savable at Grand Central, but Port Authority is... Oh, yeah, and they wouldn't have saved... So what time is it right now? It's like... This happens... Huh. Wait, they're extending all Resolume 7 licenses with 3 months for free. Oh, so you don't have to renew your license? Well, that's kind of nice of them. I don't think I've done anything with Resolume 7 since I bought it. I really should fix that. All right. So, oh, I wanted to find out. This is at 1:11 p.m. Oh, yeah, the whole thing is taking place at 1:11 p.m. So, yeah, this is... And it's exposition, too. Port Authority is much worse. It's worse than he feared. Sections of Port Authority have collapsed. People are trapped under fallen ceilings, entombed inside caved-in restrooms. 1,000 weak cries are lilting unheard into the dust and darkness. The fear hits Gary like a tide. Yeah, so if it's same day, then it would be 24 hours before they mobilize any NG. So these are literally just the National Guard who were like actively inside fucking Port Authority and the ones that were probably stationed at Penn Station. So, I mean, we could potentially, yeah, those guys just exist to get rid of the flock of bums so that it doesn't turn into like a fucking tragic comedy. Yeah, yeah. Let's check out that. Hi, I'm also Ankit Yardev says I'm also writing my first science fiction novel, Airwall: The Secret Planet. Trailer out on my official channel. Just search YouTube for Airwall: The Secret Planet. Well, I am not going to search your YouTube channel for that. I think it's a bad idea to advertise your shit and somebody else's shit. But if you want, you can give me like the pitch for your book, and maybe I'll be interested. But yeah, I wouldn't just go fucking. I don't know you. Like, why would you advertise on me? But I don't know. Maybe it's good. Ankit Yadav sounds Pakistani to me. Here, hold on, where's that name from? Yadav. Huh, look at this. Ankilish Yadav. You pay BJP. Huh. Oh, it's Indian. Okay. I doesn't mean that. Oh, it doesn't mean that. So yeah. So maybe, I guess this is the president of the Samajwadi Party right here, shilling his science fiction novel up in there. All right, so Ankit, what is your science fiction novel about? Fucking Airwall: The Secret Planet. Give us the like one sentence pitch. Oh. Yeah, people are always surprised when I'm all ornery, but I don't fuck around. Good lord. Well, what a time to pop in and say hi. Yeah, what can you tell me about the Yadav people right there? What region is that name from? From Yadava of Yadu, descendant of Yadu. Yadu was a legendary Hindu king believed to be an ancestor of the god Krishna, who, for this reason, is sometimes referred to as Yadava. Well, Krishna's a fucking real one. Can I write an elevator pitch for Airwall: The Secret Planet? Yeah, yeah. Just summarize what the idea here is for the book. I'm not enthused by the fact that Ankit Yadav said, "I doesn't mean that." That's not a promising sign to me. oh, oh. Oh, this guy is regretting ever sticking his head in here, and we haven't even begun. What am I doing when I get to work? I was fucking distracted by Yadav here. Yadavs were traditionally farm owners and farm workers. They have done well for themselves after the colonial times ended. And Skip Skip Donahue says, "Fuck Yada, yada yada yada." I got a book at it. Yeah. I don't want to wind up shilling this on unrelated streams. Yeah, I'm never gonna like take a gander at your fucking project. People who I don't know who just pop up to whatever. It's a whole different matter. If you're like my friend and like, hey, you want to check out this thing I'm working on? Then I'm super happy to take a gander, and also will not tell you if it's bad, because it probably is. But blood spattered commuters wheezing up clots of undiluted cancer. Yeah. And just post the synopsis next time. Yeah. Well, now I know. I want to know. Remember that chatter who shall not be dead named who chatted about his My Little Pony fanfic for like 5 minutes? We were cool with that. I think cool with is kind of we were tolerant of that. It's about Secret Planet, exists only in cyberspace, but Planet Manager is secret lover of Planet Defense Force Commander, so Airwall is between the love. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, my question is, why isn't he writing in Hindi? Like, rather than trying to write it in English that he clearly has like a very limited grasp of. The logic guy has the English down pat. I'm sure he's copy and pasting that from his thing. Yeah, I'm just putting it out there. Like, I would never try to write a story in Arabic with my like extremely limited understanding of it. And that guy's English is like much better than my Arabic comparatively. But yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, definitely. If I can offer you one advice here, it's like write in the language of your birth for the most part, and let translators handle the rest. I know there's like a bigger English audience, but what the fuck, you know? So Ankit Yadav says, I might change the title. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a long title when you really think about it. But yeah, you might also want to consider uh, writing in uh, whatever variant of whatever English tongue is like your mother tongue, because the just the very basic English errors that we can see in like all of your chats, it's gonna make it really hard to get a good book out of that. And that's just my professional advice. I don't know how far you are in with your project or whatever there, but wow. So good luck with that. All right. Now I need to turn down the. If you would remind me, I need to turn down the interval on the Streamlabs thing. It needs to be like once every 30 minutes. 15 is too much. Sure, but what's the plot or the core idea? Well, it's a thwarted love story about a planet in cyberspace. Forbidden love between a commander and some other dude. That's not fair because you can literally like take any story and tune it down into a one sentence summary, and it sounds fucking retarded. It's like, yeah, a guy with hairy feet has to throw a ring into a volcano. You know, doesn't work. Oh, Logic made that up. Oh, he just made that up. Oh, maybe this guy's a fucking genius and he writes perfectly. Oh, I thought that was like copy pasted from his thing. We may be giving Yadav here a bad rap. Oh wait, but he thinks Logic wrote the whole thing up. I don't know. I'm never gonna know. If that's like if you Airwall, the secret planet is about secret planet exists only in cyberspace, but Planet Manager is secret lover of Planet Defense Force commander. So Airwall is between the love. Yeah, I apologize. I did make that elevator pitch up, but I feel good about it. I feel like I could sell it. I believed you. I thought that was actually the level that our man was fucking working with right there. I note that no summary of his book has been forthcoming from this character right there. Don't do it, man. Don't fucking go to people where you're not a member of their community and try and advertise your shit. They do not want to hear it. Like fucking spam is one of the great sins in this world. I know. He can only lean is way better. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's try that out. Gary is paralyzed. All he can do is lean against the wall with his head in his hands and suffer along with them. Planet Manager. You can send me $5 and I will read your synopsis for a minute. So I like the note by Spathywa that the revised version doesn't convey the selfishness. It's too much to bear. Gary is paralyzed by the storm of emotions. Oh yeah. Let's just check that out. I think for some reason points are not increasing. Oh, they're not fucking increasing. Did we lose our fucking Twitch integration? We lost our Twitch integration again. Ah. I just fucking relinked that a week ago. Fucking Twitch. All right. I have Logic should have fucking. How do we? Okay, and then. Is that right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I just gave Logic 3 points, which I think is how many he's had. And then, yeah, the fucking. Oh, it's so annoying. That broke. But yeah, I don't understand why Twitch chat keeps fucking breaking. But we might consider, I don't know how much of a pain in the ass it would be to like code the bot over so that it works with YouTube's API rather than Twitch's. That's actually probably like a huge fucking pain in the ass. Yeah, it's like a huge breakdown. I'll have to figure out why it's doing that. The only solution so far has been to like relink the Twitch account, and Twitch is kind of fucky because it uses like that IRC backbone. So I don't know what's happening there, but it's too much to bear. All Gary can do is lean against the wall with his head in his hands and suffer along with them. Long minutes pass, and Ainsworth is questioning herself. This isn't how angels act. He can't help these people. So Ankit Yadav says he gives us an emoji in Hindi, which is like, you got this. Are you just like oblivious to how to our responses and so forth? Yeah, that's yeah, like we're about like 5 minutes away from being asked to show Bob's. He's just saying hi. Okay. Yeah, why doesn't he? Namaste. Bitch lasagna. Oh my god. Oh, what? So this should be about the end of our pinwheeling, by the way, because we have like the whole new machine that I just booted up here. So this is the last day for I think this computer. All right, so page 435, the urge to just turn and run away. I think we gotta kill it. Yeah. Ignore. Oh no. Yeah. We use time machine for best results. Did I upgrade to Catalina? It's a mess. Yeah, I think I'm. It's not a new one. It's like a 2015. I just got another 2015 out of the closet. Yeah, I just have like a giant stack of them, of decommissioned machines. Oh shit. So more, what I believe is Hindi coming out here. And it ends with, "You got this." All right. Well, I'll take the fucking reassurance in whatever language I can get it in. I'm not too proud to beg, as you'll know if you've watched any of my other broadcasts. All right. It is late enough that I have to. Okay, today is yeah. I should officially be teaching children right now. I'm not gonna, because kids need to learn about tech war somewhere. But I at the same time I also need to. Well, there's a whole pile of. Help me out here, man. What's this guy? What's this chick yakking about? I was when I was riding my where was I? I was coming back from Long Island the other day, and I was like struck by a memory of the scene of The Simpsons where Lisa is like, "We deserve a French teacher who actually speaks French. J'accuse Monsieur Kupferberg." And then Kupferberg is like, "What's this chick yakking about?" Oh god, the first seasons 2 through fucking 10. I should just rewatch the whole fucking thing. Wait, he's trying to insult me, but it's really poor Bhojpuri. Huh. So is he really bad in even Indian? Well, if he's trying to talk shit on us, like that's enough. We can diss his what's his fucking project here? trying to insult me. I mean, to be fair, we did make fun of Airwall, the Secret Planet. Let's find out. Trailer of a sci-fi novel book, Airwall, the Secret Planet. This is the only fucking thing that I can see. All right, so it's a book trailer. Ankit Yakdev presents. He's using a After Effects template, a sci-fi novel story. Just FYI, Ankit, science fiction writers don't use the term sci-fi. They'll just use SF. It's just we don't. So it's time to save the world, according to these giant things. So he has Airwall, the Secret Planet, and there's some footage of mechs that he has stolen from a video game. And he has a Patreon there. Hello, guys. It will help me a lot to launch my first novel book soon, he says. And then amazing bro, amazing mind-blowing video by other people whose last name is Yadev. There are a bunch of them. Shiv Yadev, Rada Yadev, Hiram Prajapati. Oh, they say that it's amazing right there. All right, let's take a look at his Patreon. Right here. So you could be a patron for $3 a month. Recent posts. Mom, why you left me so early? I had just started a new life with you, but death took away you from me. Very early, Mom. I knew that you had a serious disease, but I never imagined it would take you away from me forever. I love you, Mom, and I miss you. Mom, I was just thinking, I couldn't even suffered the long journey without you, but now it's my responsibility to take care of my life's greatest bones, brother, sister, father, and grandmother. After making everything fine with them, I am coming back to you. And then he says, the story begins when astronauts were going to the moon for a special research. That time Waxer get correct time to attack on Airwall so that, wow. Yeah, this is quite a fucking story there, Ankit. Yeah, this ain't good. What the fuck are you doing? Yeah, like, you don't know English. Why are you writing in English? I'm just putting it out there. You know, guy's wasting his fucking time. All right, let me get here. He says, I should not abuse anyone. Yeah, this is not abuse. Like, I'm doing you a huge fucking favor at the moment right there. All the time that you're spending writing stories in English is wasted because you don't know the language. You know what I'm saying? You know, like this would be like a guy trying to learn ballet. He's only got one leg, right? He can learn all the ballet that he wants. He's never going to be a ballerina. And I'm not saying that you can't learn English if you want to, but you have a long fucking way to go. You have 2 to 4 years of concerted study before you can write at a relatively elementary level. These mistakes are huge and glaring. And so I will tell you the same way that I was telling like somebody who decided to build a house without a foundation, stop. The house is going to fucking fall apart. You're wasting your time. And so Inkit says, no, that's wrong. I am a native speaker of English, right? I've spent 20 years learning to write. Like if nothing else, I have like a pretty solid grasp of English. And I won't bullshit you when I say that you do not speak English well and you don't know enough English to write in English well. And you're just wasting your time. Why not just write in the language that you understand? I'm just putting it out there. Like writing is not something where you can just fudge, you know, where you can just kind of like slide by or something like that. If you want a good example of somebody who speaks like very, very, what's a good example that I'm trying to get at here? One of my favorite writers is Amos Tutola, who writes in a very, very like strangely Nigerian accented English, right? It's clear that he's not a native English speaker. Well, it's a little tough because he's He's a Nigerian English speaker. And Nigerian English is like a little bit different than regular English. But he went to school and writes English like very well. And he had a professional editor to sort it out. So his story is charming. And the Nigerian parts of like the way that he writes to me are super endearing. But he had like a much better grasp of this whole thing. All right. Words, goods. Yeah, thank you for the suggestions. Yeah, I'm serious. Just write. Hopefully you're not too far along in that project. But and I'm not trying to say like if you want to be a science fiction writer, go for it. But please, God, write in your own language. And then like it's so much better to write something in your own language and then to pay somebody to translate it into English so that you can have the broader audience. And the person that you pay to translate it into English needs to have like a really good grasp of English. It's just, hopefully you're not too far along on that. Yeah, thank you, Lit Up. Yeah, we're all gonna I'm gonna get some shit done today too. I'm feeling good, and we're gonna get through this chapter as long as nothing goes on. It was like a weird aside there, and I hope people don't feel like I'm just being mean to this guy to be mean to him. Like he did come in here like just spamming his shit, but he's also engaged in a terrible mistake, right? And writing takes a long time, right? That guy, well, if he does it right, he'll spend like at least a year working on the story, a year of his life, building a castle out of sand, and then the fucking waves will just come in and crash over it there. That's rough. Oh, I'm just 19 years old. Yeah, you got plenty of fucking time left. Yeah, English is one of the hardest languages in the world to learn for a non-native speaker of English. It takes a long time. And if you're currently in India, which I assume is the case right there, you're surrounded by people who only speak like a fraction of English. And so you're constantly getting reinforcement from people who don't speak the language at the level that you would need to be a author in English. You know, like it takes a long time to get down to writing. So yeah, if you want to write in English, like you got like a lot of studying ahead of you, probably like 4 or 5 years, and you'll probably need to speak or to live somewhere where people speak English, like primarily for the most part. But it's doable. If this is something that you want, you can make it happen. And I'm happy to like help out in any kind of way that I can, because I just see you making like this terrible mistake. And I know like a lot of your friends, oh, this is good and so forth. They're being nice to you and everything. But from somebody who has been involved in like actual publishing, you will get nowhere. Okay. But you're at least 42. Maybe from my side. I mean, you know, I have a perspective on this that you do not have, because I have been involved in like actual publishing of books for like a long time. Relatively close to being a professional writer, even though I'm not super successful. Anyhow, yeah, what's up, Red? God, I haven't seen him for a while there. Yeah. Oh, so this is where we were. Where's Big Chrono, by the way? I haven't seen him every time I don't hear from Chrono from a little bit, I'm worried about him. Real talk, because he's too wild to be alive. All right, what we got here? Ooh. Yeah, it's Red. You seen Chrono chatting yesterday? Let him know that we're working on a scene about oxyacetylene right here. I'm glad he's alive, man. You know, he's one of the realest ones, and when you're that fucking real, you're not long for this world. Are you sure it was Chrono with an H and not Chrono? Yeah, I hate that fucking other Chrono guy. The one without the H? That guy's an asshole. They're trying to chunk. There are two men with an oxyacetylene rig 50 feet away. They're trying to cut through a chunk of rebar. The concrete hisses and pops when the blue flame touches it. What the fuck? He shouts back at Gary. So what do we got there? Fuck if I know. This is lit up. I get Astro and Astra confused. Aren't fucking Matthew and MTW the same person also? There are two men with. I think that's good. Yeah, and Kit, you can. I do have a custom URL there. If you want to get a custom URL, you need 100 subscribers, which you can probably just get the members of your immediate family to subscribe, and you'll be able to get them there. it's honestly probably true. Like it's got a big advantage in having a big family there. Matthew is MTW, and he only chats with ops, feds, the snitch on his bald ass dome. That was one of my favorite things in IRC when Litov had this ASCII of MTW, and he had a full head of hair, and I'm like, that ASCII needs to be edited, and Litov made the ASCII bald. Oh. Scroll it in LRH. Litov, play it again, Sam. I don't know how to pump on Ursi. That sucks. Whatever. I can see it in my mind as clearly as if it was yesterday. If anyone needs anything, yeah, give me one of those big spicy pickles in a bag. I want the hot kind. And some chicken chips and pepperoni. They're trying to cut through a chunk of rebar. The concrete hisses and pops when the blue flame touches it. Time to throw a 3-paper joint. God damn. So lit a sour pickle and a Slim Jim. Spathy wants a pickle also. Yeah, I get a bunch of taquitos for red and some zigzags. And then get a whole... Did I ever tell you guys my favorite? I used to live in New Orleans by this corner deli store. I forget the name of the store. I should really remember it. But it was run by these two Vietnamese brothers who I loved. And one was like an older brother who had like a thick Vietnamese accent. And then the younger brother is like Mike was the older brother. Steve was the younger brother who was more Americanized. And again, they ran this deli. And one time, like fucking Mike was calling out to Steve. He's like, Steve, Decadence Fest coming up. We need to order more Fleet asshole cleaner. It's like we need to order a raft of Fleet enemas for Decadence Fest. Oh. God. They have raw papers. A Camberwell curate, no less. Decadence Fest coming up. We need to order more Fleet enema asshole cleaner. And they did. They had like a whole fucking display of enemas for Decadence Fest. And they all got bought up. Cola gummies. I like the sour cola gummies. Those are my favorite. I think that's my favorite candy. Sour cola gummies. And like I like Mambas. But I shouldn't eat those. The torchman pulls back and flips up his mask. He's just a volunteer. He ought to be out. He's just a volunteer who responded to the call for help. He ought to be out in Brooklyn installing ornamental railing. That was me. That was my first job in New York City. Ironworker. What the fuck? Trying to be heard over the din. There's sweat pouring down his face. Red lines of ruddy welder's tan. Ruddy lines of welder's tan show through jet black soot. You can tell, like, as I'm writing through this, that I know a lot about, through a, all right. Let me give Spathy. And he missed another edit there a second ago. So, let's go there. Wait, do we need a fucking conjunction? They're trying to cut through a thick chunk of rebar. The concrete hisses and pops when the blue flame touches it. Conjunction or similar? Is that even fucking true? Hold up. Well, I love swapping that to scorch. And concrete absolutely will like hiss and pop as you're fucking cutting through rebar. They're trying to cut through a thick chunk of rebar. The torchman pulls back and flips up his mask, squinting at Gary as his eyes adjust. He ought to be out in Brooklyn installing ornamental railing. He's just a volunteer. He ought to be out in Brooklyn installing ornamental railing. Did we fix that? Yeah, flips up his mask. The torchman pulls back and flips up his mask. What? This is like very clear description of this dude. Maybe over much. All run-ons are bastards. I'm trying to remember the name of I can't remember his fucking name. I would name it after like this welder I liked. He's a Puerto Rican guy. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't remember your name, dude. He's dead, I'm sure by now. But yeah, he was fucking amazing. The torchman pulls back and flips up his mask, squinting at Gary as his eyes adjust. He's just a volunteer. You gotta be out in Brooklyn. What the fuck? He shouts back, trying to be heard over the din. The sweat pouring down his face, ruddy lines of welder's tan show through the blue. Cut through jet black soot. Yep. There's someone right behind this. You're burning them, Gary pleads. They can hear it now. The faint screaming was masked by the blast of air through the torch. The faint screaming was masked by the blast of air through the torch. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Ugh. How's it going with my card game? Gary rushes up to... Oh, shit, it's Big P-Cap. Yeah. Oh, yeah, fuck. Ooh, that's a hard chapter to get through. All right, hold on, I gotta check on a few things. CDW research. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. What do we got here? Gang. Big P-Cap. Yeah, it's weird. We don't usually work this late into the morning. Uh, oh, God. Oh, God. All right, give me 1 second. Let me stand up, and I'll be back in like 2 seconds. So there we go. So I'm still rolling, says Red. Oh, fuck. I forgot to... Yeah, we've been at this for 3 hours and we're not even halfway through this fucking chapter. God. A lot of it's me getting distracted by random Hindus and so forth. But we're gonna fucking make it. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna finish this chapter if I have to kill every man, woman, child, and horse in America. Down the corridor, a man is hunched over a collapsed section of wall with an oxyacetylene rig, trying to cut through a thick band of rebar. Snez, how did I get so articulate? I don't know. Can we get some PCAP++? Can I plug the macro into Restream API? Wait, did PCAP offer us a edit? Hold on. Oh, yeah. It's a real edit. I think PCAP already... No, he doesn't have a point on this one so far. There we go. So, bam. PCAP just got on the board right there. That's his first... I'm glad. I wanted to have him in the thank you for the credits for this. All right. All right. Going to the store. Yeah, have a good day, homie. We might still be editing by the time you get back from the fucking store, loaded down with bagged pickles and fucking rippets. Let's take out this quarter. There's a man hunched over. There's a man hunched over a collapsed section of wall with an oxyacetylene rig, trying to cut through a thick band of rebar. The concrete is popping and crackling. Yeah, Jesus. Stop, Gary shouts, waving his arms. The torchman pulls back and flips up his mask, squinting as his eyes adjust. He's just a volunteer. Ought to be out in Brooklyn installing ornamental railing. He's just a volunteer. So the same thing happened during 9/11. You had a bunch of guys who rolled up there who were just fucking like a bunch of iron workers rolled up there and just tried to help out. Anybody who could do just about anything tried to get in there, and all of them got that fucking worm lung. Whoa. He looks like a volunteer, thought Gary. No, Red, Gary knows who everybody, he can read people's fucking minds. He knows exactly who this guy is. Yeah, we got to take out the call for help thing. If the bus station hadn't blown up, you'd be out in Brooklyn right now, installing ornamental railing. What the fuck? He shouts back, trying to be heard over the din. There's sweat pouring down his face, ruddy lines of welder's tan cut through jet black soot. There's someone behind this. You're burning them. Jesus, Red. Like is that even fucking English you got going on there? What is the guy thought he was cutting that railing and he wasn't? What in the world? See, this is why I can't smoke fucking marijuana, because of what it does to your writing. I'm telling you. Yeah, I don't touch them drugs at all. I'm even like thinking about going off of the drinking. I'm always thinking about going off of the drinking. Yeah, why is it fucking writers have such like a fraught relationship with alcohol? I think honestly I do so much better editing when I'm not drinking. I can hear it now. Is air raid siren hyphenized? Hyphenized. Is air raid hyphenated? No. It is, yeah, I think it's one of those ones where it's hyphenated if it is an adjective. Yeah. No simple rule. People tend to write. Jesus, Red. Red, what are you fucking doing here, buddy? Coming from within the pile. What if that guy was imagining that he was cutting a railing in Brooklyn? Huh. I mean, okay, yeah, let's just, in that way, it's like a noun. Cutting a rail of the finest China white. Okay, so Skip Donahue says, does Duchance have any ability to fight the evil entity? Let me see. No, so this is an interesting thing. The question is, does Duchance have any agency in fighting the evil entity? Initially, in very, very early, day one, the chapter in the arcade, you can see Duchance sort of a few times attempting to resist the evil entity. My theory is that by that point in Duchance's life, his life was like so fucked up that he didn't really have a strong chance to resist what was going on. It's not like he had a ton of willpower. He was like a severe, severe alcoholic at that point. His life was just like in a complete downward spiral. He was like sort of the perfect host for this whole thing. And plus, on top of that, Duchance is like one of our characters that has like a special power for whatever reason, which we don't get deep into right there. So I would say that he does not have a ton of agency to not be a villain in this. But definitely his natural tendency to be a complete shitbag was a big part of why that went down that way. A guy lifts up his mask, seemingly dumbfounded by Gary's. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to help. Oh my God. There are no animals in this novel. There are rats. Yeah, there's no cats. There's no fucking dogs. There might be some pigeons in there somewhere. But yeah, it's not a book about animers. Yeah, where would we be without you, Red? God. Mm-hmm. Throw in some rats squished by the rubble. I'll be all right. Am I supposed to hyphenate? No, yeah. They can hear her crying now. All right, what is 2 sentences? It's not. It's not. The sense of urgency draws more men. Together, they manage to dig her out. After 10 minutes of frenzied digging, they manage to pull her out. She can't be more than 10 years old. Leg crushed, arm singed, but alive. She can't be more than 10 years old. Leg crushed, arm singed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and let me give a peek out. The blood is that of squish rats? No. No, we already know. I already know whose blood it is. And it's like way more dark than squish rats. Just relax a second. Let me drive. You know what I'm saying? She's soaked in blood from head to toe. Too much to be just hers. Somewhere near that. Yeah. We need to. That wasn't a bus. That was a garbage truck. Buses don't run on this street. Unless something is really wrong. Let's find the right word here. This is a very delicate sentence. Mm. Yeah, tragic emptiness is like a little bit jacking myself off here. Boom. Ooh. None of these men will ever forget that awful sound of her scream. The misery cut into her tiny face. No one else is alive under this. Come with me, Gary orders the men. So I think wretched. Red is saying wretched sounds good. Wretched is like a good word right there, but it's too much, right? Adjectives are like fucking frosting. They can sicken you if you overdo it. Fuck. Let me see. Do I have to answer? Yeah, it's late. I should be working. Okay, I'll put that off. There we go. Gary is sought out by Captain Bod Adams, a portly cop with a push-broom mustache. Okay. Why, Red? Why? They're not good. All right, there we go. Yeah, I like that a little better. It's just the addition of Gary is sought out by Captain Bod Adams, a portly cop with a push-broom mustache. It's the first time Gary has ever met a natural leader operating in a disaster situation. I don't need a situation. In a disaster. For a moment, he's spellbound. The effect is dazzling. Adams projects an aura of command through the bedlam like a lighthouse in a storm. Really like that. I have a rhythm going with my statement, comma, additional fragment. Yeah, that was like a lot of our goal. Yeah, this is supposed to be like a fucking jazz story when it's really said down. This is a Nora piece, and the tenor that we're or the diction and tenor that we're working with are important. Yeah, like a few people have like picked up on it, but it really is meant to be like Gary sought out by Captain Bob Adams, portly cop with a push broom mustache. Fuck. Yeah. The effect is dazzling. Adams projects an aura of command through the bedlam like a lighthouse in a storm. Yeah. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. God damn it. Yep. Oh shit, that reminds me I had to do... Whew. Yeah, man, this is one of the longer streams. So PCAP is definitely... what do we got there? Jack Kerouac style. Reminds me of Robert Duvall in Apocalypse Now. Charlie Don't Surf. Ah, what a fucking line. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. Eventually it breaks something. The clawing desperation. Too many times, Gary feels the last clawing moments of the entombed as they run out of air and fade away. Ooh. Ooh. Fuck, man. I'm filling in for Red. For a second, I was gonna write the clawing desperation, but I edited myself on the fly. Finally, he can't take any more. Hmm. Uh. How do we do this? Lopsided is, yeah, it doesn't work. Have you ever considered writing a piece about a fringe theory called machine socialism, promulgated by a well-known IRC provocateur? Seems very timely, with all this talk of systematic racism and no real novel solutions. And the thing is that like we're still like 20 years out from that kind of AI, so we could start building towards it certainly, but we can't implement it yet. Like machines are too stupid still, but they won't be for long. Skip Donahue says, I found a fridge that was padlocked shut in Fallout. Open it. There was a dead guy, and he had tape on him where he was inside the fridge begging to be let out. The desperation in his voice made you feel uncomfortable. There are no real solutions. Well, he's like talking about real solutions that don't involve just murdering billions of people. But just FYI, all my solutions are posting black to Insta and making statements. Racism is solved. Good job. Thanks, guys. I was getting sick of that whole racism thing. It's really bumming me out, but I'm glad it's done with. This might be too hambone. Ugh. Let me see. Yeah, it was getting kind of old, the whole racism thing. Still going. Yeah, how many hours have we been doing this for? Yeah, we're almost like 4 hours. I want to get this chapter done. And I think I still have hard drive space, so we're going to keep doing it. Yeah, that's. hard to get this sentence right. Mm-hmm. God damn. So I think we might be a little too ham-fisted with that. Yeah, I think we went too fucking far. But I'm gonna leave it in for right now because I worked hard on it. Ooh, yeah, you can see like the genesis of it breaks Gary. He starts sobbing, squeezing his head between his hands as if he could wring his brain out of his skull. Captain Adams doesn't do anything. Captain Adams doesn't do anything. He doesn't set a hand on Gary's shoulder or offer him any reassurance. He just stares at Gary until He just stares wordlessly until Gary gets himself under control. It's a trick. Gary can hear him thinking it. Gary can hear him thinking it, but it still works. When Gary pulls him... Okay, so does that work? It breaks Gary. He starts sobbing, squeezing his head between his hands as if he could wring it. Squeezing his head hard. He starts sobbing, squeezing his head between his hands as if he can wring his brains out of his skull. Captain Adams doesn't do anything. Captain Adams doesn't set a hand on Gary's shoulder or offer him any reassurance. He just stares wordlessly until Gary gets himself under control. It's a trick, one Adams uses on junior officers all the time. That does kind of work, by the way. You, like, if somebody's like, you can just, that unnerving stare, like, right at them, they will get their shit together faster than if you're like, oh my God, yeah, like that whole thing. That just amps people up. But if you just, like, stare at them like it's completely socially inappropriate for them, for some reason, that like, will sometimes work. But don't take my word for it. Just fuck up somebody's life in an emergency situation because of something that you heard on a science fiction editing stream. When Gary pulls himself together, they move back into the station. They dig him out, but everyone knows he won't make it. All right, so let's edit from here. I think we're almost to the end of this chapter. Holy fuck. Gary pulls himself together and they keep working. They find a man buried in a restroom with a piece of structural steel lodged in his chest. They dig him out, but everyone knows he won't make it. He gives up the ghost as they try to pry a slab of concrete off his legs. It doesn't end well for him. It doesn't end well. He goes out in a flurry of screaming. Fresh tears are streaming down Gary's face when he tells them they have to move on. There are so many to save, and so little time to save them. There are so many to save, so little time to save them. Gary wishes Sarah were here to look through the wreckage with him, to find the ones he can't. He wants her to see him here, doing the right thing, to admit she was wrong about the missing part of him. He keeps going, taking all he can bear. Oh yeah, flurry of screaming doesn't work at all. Yeah. Yeah, let's do what I say. Yeah, let's just cut a lot of that because we've hammered our point in, you know. He dies badly, and fresh tears are streaming down Gary's face when he tells them they have to move on. There are so many to save, so little time to save them. Gary wishes Sarah were here to look through the wreckage with him, to find the ones he can't. Let's take that out. Yeah. You want dies screaming in pain? Let's take a look at that. He dies pleading for his mother. Shut up, Big Floyd. Yeah. Actually not for his water. For water. Yeah, he's giving water to the dead right there. He dies like a stuck Irish pig. Oof. Fresh tears are streaming down Gary's face when he tells them they have to move on. I like that a lot better. That's a good edit there, Spathy. That's like way better. I'm glad also that we just sidestepped the Big Floyd and went for pleading for water. Finally, Gary's legs won't hold him up any longer. That is improved. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. That was some clutch edits here in the last section where, like, I am almost defeated myself. Like, I'm almost out of mana. Okay, so that's passive voice there. There's blood caking his upper lip and crackling in his ear canals. Better mana up. Please don't tell anyone about me. Don't let them take me, Gary begs. God damn, what a fucking chapter. Oh, I love Lemon's Key too. That's a good chapter also. That's going to be chapter 53 and 3.12. God damn. Okay, let's take a gander at this chapter, which took 2 days to edit and was just a real bear of a chapter. It's pretty short too. It's not like a long chapter, but holy fuck, we're doing some heavy lifting right there. That was 4 hours and 15 minutes of editing. That's a very long edit. And not really long. I'm going to say it's 1,900 words. No, it's way longer than that. It's like 2,700. Oh, no, it's 1,900 words. Look at me doubting myself. I was even right. Like, Price is Right. Glad I would have my bid in. Okay, so that is 1,935 words, and this took 4 hours and 20 minutes. All right, so $1,935. I like how I forget it within. Oh, fuck. My whole goddamn body hurts as a result of that. That was not an easy. Thank you so much to everybody who helped out in that. Spathywa, fucking Logic, PCAP was getting in there. Even Red doing his part to bring us out there. Yeah, that's a. Yeah, I don't mean to be a little bitch about it, but that was not like an easy stretch for yours truly right here. Subsequent chapters are a little bit more lighthearted. I think that's as dark as it gets for a little bit right here, but honestly, like, this is kind of in keeping with the tone of the rest of the book. Yeah, it's like, so what do we add here? So previously, the way that we were trying to like humanize the scope of the disaster was with this little girl. I like that she has to take this guy to ops. There, we kind of create Janice Ainsworth and then we discard her because she doesn't really have a point there. That's something that people may be like, what happens to Janice Ainsworth? But everything is kind of a blur once they get into this whole thing. We could have her be one of the people that carry her. Yeah, let's actually do that. Yeah, let's just put her there. That was when I carried you. Because we kind of like create her, and then she doesn't like really have any agency. And then let's pop her in. Yeah, that's better. So we just we put her in there, like so that she's not affected, because she did kind of vanish. I'm trying not to get no, I was got some good ads up in there, PCAP. So we don't want her to just like vanish off of the face of the earth, but she's not a major character, so we just have to have like a little object permanence. And I'm not trying to objectify women, but this lady doesn't fucking exist, so I can do whatever I want. I like that Bob Adams. We like do very little there, but like I like the notion of him being like a natural commander, and I like that one line where he's like a lighthouse in a storm. I like that this welder is not like he's like supposed to be installing welding, and he's like, oh my god, and he realizes like he's doing something terrible right there. These would be wrecking bars. Yeah, not pry bars. And so it's a different tool that you use for digging little girls out of rubble specifically. So we much improved the little girl part of the whole thing. And we just have to remember that like they started in a diner and they made their way into hell in one scene. That's wild. Who they who? Okay, so chapter 53 is Lemon's Key, and I gotta tell you, as a reader, like even as the writer and editor of this, like this chapter was so fucking heavy. I'm glad we're getting back to Lemon Lemoyne, and maybe it's kind of a funny scene coming up. But there's like very little joy to be had in the remaining. So what do we get through there? We got through fucking like 8 pages. Or I guess it was about 8 pages. Took us 2 days right there, but I think we made the right choice in that like we didn't have the mojo to do it yesterday, and today we're much better along. Okay, so I got to deal with all the people that I told to fuck off while we were editing until like almost noon right here, and I got a like late start and everything, but I'm very happy with that. This is what we're here for. I feel like we're improving. We got to dunk on this Indian dude who really has shout outs to fucking Ankit Yadev. Watch fucking Ankit Yadev fucking do better than me. Like, and really show me show me up this whole thing. I should work on my own Patreon, honestly. The ZYZ Patreon has it needs some work, most likely. All right, do I have to shave before I do the news? I'm gonna say no. Okay. So yeah, shout out to everybody for being a part of this whole thing, and I just don't know when to stop, do I? All right, let me get out of